Happy Monday. How's it going? It is 9 a.m. here in Stockholm, Sweden. Hope you all are having a wonderful day wherever you are around the world. We are currently in Windmire Kingdom, the group server that will start a building adventure coming in October. Whenever the update hits, then there's a bunch of builders that are going to come in here, and it is going to be a bunch of building fun. But we are trying to prep the server in anticipation of the water update. You can see over here there is a bunch of shenanigans happening. Channels being created for streams and rivers. For when that happens, there's going to be a waterfall over here, as indicated by these blue blocks. Oh, let me up there, please. Thank you. More waterfally stuff. And there's more channels up here. And then there'll be another waterfall over here, going down there. And making its way over that way. And then I believe there's also going to be another waterfall over here. Quite a bit. Yeah, over here somewhere. Not quite sure where, but might be something over this way. And then there's an altar we added over here, which has this big, huge hole in it right now. And this is going to be the Lake District. So we're building, gutting out this whole area and trying to create some depth in areas. And so today I'm working on this. You can see right now the hole looks kind of uninspired, I would say is a good word. Look, are we taking an ad break so soon? Twitch, you are beautiful. Twitch, you are beautiful. So yeah, this looks kind of crappy because it's all just the stone block. I need to go in and add in actual texture block to make it look like something's happening, and then I still need to clean up some of these edges here that were just blocked away to try and create the general shape of the space. We also need to figure out where on here we're gonna try and create a fishing village that actually has some space to it. This might be a good side to do that on. So I also need to build some kind of road system that extends from this main road over to the area. So it either is going to be on that side, or it might loop this way and over here. And then the fishing village might be on this side, which could be more interesting because there's could be like potential for multiple bridges, like a bridge here, a bridge here, and different little fishing shanties and houses and things. So I think it might actually make more sense to have it on this side. And then over there we might do something else. That's at some point. We'll see. But I do think this makes more sense to have it. I don't know what this is. Oh, this is the extension of the tower. Gotcha. So we need to do a bunch of terraforming today, which isn't really the sexiest thing, but hopefully we can make it into something that by the end doesn't just look like this. Hey Spark, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm gonna attempt to make this gray pit not be a gray pit anymore. And to do that, I'm gonna need to use a bunch of different materials. And I think what I might do actually is make it look, you know, like sometimes when you excavate an area, there's different layers of sediment going down. I might try and do something like that to try and add some interesting stuff. So we need to get different blocks. I actually have a bunch. I have islands. These I probably don't need anymore. That I was using. This is rubble. The limestone I probably want to use. Those I want to use, and I want to use dirt. We can probably ignore those. But I think we should add something else. Maybe I should take the sand and add that as a layer. And maybe even this shroud soil. Maybe the shroud soil would be an option. Short break at work. Hope your work day's going well. Don't think those are gonna work. I was wondering what ice would look like. I'm gonna take some ice and do a little experiment. See if ice actually stays underwater when water gets added. We'll add a little ice section. I think we're gonna take this also. Just take... Basically, we're gonna take all the things and try and make different layers and see how it works. Okay, let's head on back over there. Come up. Oh, I should... I think I'm gonna start with this area over here. Because my original thought was maybe this area could be like a beach. Or like a shallow area, even though it's dug a little lower. My original thought was maybe this area is like a beach. But if we're gonna do that, I'm pretty sure I have to increase the grass here because this area was a little lower when we did the water levels here. Yeah, it needs to be up here somewhere. Then we'll take this one, pretend that it works. And it worked. Okay, so that's higher. And then we'll create some sand area down here. First gonna backfill with actual sand. And then we're gonna add the other thing on the top. We want to use this one. We were having a discussion yesterday in Erwin's stream, kind of, about how orange this sand color looks, which does look really orange and is kind of disturbing. We're hoping that when the water update hits, there's like a yellow sand option. But we're gonna do this as a base. And actually, I think I'm gonna take this sand level and put it all the way around as like a layer, just on the edge to kind of make it look, like I said, like there's sediment that is formed somehow in this space. I'm just trying to bring this whole area back up to kind of a level. This is the water. We should run this over. I need that blue block, please. Thank you. So the water level is actually going to be there. There's going to be a little lip up in most places, and the water level will be below it. So, see, I did this a little too high over here. Rotate. Snapping is on. Yeah. So we can cut some of this back. We'll take this. Okay, so if that goes there, then we'll get rid of this. I don't want it to be orange way up there. I'm gonna do limestone with little tiny splashes of orange. Not too much orange, but just some pockets. Okay. So we want limestone? Want this to be kind of like a really shallow here. Because if the water is only going to go there, it's going to be quite shallow. And then work its way down to something a little bit deeper. See how these are just tiny little bits of orange? That's what I'm going to add in a second. Okay. I'm going to use the best tool. I'll try and add a little bit of this. Need to add some soil under there. And that. This is there's no like template for this, so it might end up looking really bad before that ends up looking good. That's something. I'm just wondering, I think the water color that we're actually getting is like a greenish blue. I still have to go back and trim all this and make it look super nice, but that's going to be like the last step, is making the actual edge look correct. I want to try and get this part done. Hey Nodi, welcome in. Hope you're liking the emotes finally that you get to use. And all the subs you gifted are able to use. I am currently in the process of making this huge lake here. We dug this out yesterday, and now I'm in the process of trying to add actual color and texture to it, because it's going to be a lake, and you're going to be able to... The water, I think, is quite clear, so you're going to be able to see into it. See into it? Nope. You're going to be able to lake into it. That was really bad dad jokes humor. Sorry, I apologize. You can ban me. Oh wait, I'm the streamer. Oh crap. So yeah, we're trying to make this look better. Because right now it's just a gray pit. It looks really bad right now, but I'm hoping, like, if we actually use this limestone as the main texture and then add in, because that'll really lighten it up. And if the water is blue-green, it'll show the depth of it good. And then I could add darker layers as the sediment layers. That might be a better idea. This is where the water level is going to be. That's why these blue things are here. This one is wrong, so I should remove it. Oh, stuck in a hole. Stuck in a hole. What's Nodi up to today? Having a good day? Enjoying life? I am doing good. This morning when I got up, my daughter's been sick for 2 weeks, and she decided that today is the day she's going back to school. She's 18, so she's in her last year of high school. And when I woke up at 7 this morning, or like 6:45, I woke up hearing her cough like crazy. So her fever and everything is gone, but she still is definitely not 100%. So I feel bad for her. And then to top it off, it was picture day today for the school, so she is not happy about that. But yeah, I drove her into school. She normally bikes. It's normally like a half-hour or so bike ride to her school. And we live in Stockholm here, and she has ADD and hates taking the subway, so she would much rather bike for half an hour than be around a bunch of different people on the subway. So she does that normally, but because she's been sick and we brought home all of her books last week, I drove her in to get all of her books back to school, and also she really wasn't up for biking today. I'm pretty sure she would have fell over or something. She's still kind of out of it. Yeah, I mean, her like when she was sick over the past couple weeks, she just, you know when you're sick and you feel miserable and you don't feel like doing anything. You could just see that on her. But the last couple days I've been hearing her laugh quite intensively at like YouTube videos and stuff that she's been watching, as she's trying to just get better. So I know that at least her spirits are up, even if her cough and stuff is still there. Which, that's kind of the first part of getting better, is actually feeling better emotionally, or like being able to actually have feelings instead of just feeling miserable all the time. I'm just adding this so I know exactly where the water line is, because I think I did this right, but I don't remember exactly. Like this might leak out. Might have to raise that up a little. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's take this, smash this away. Oh, I also wanted to get, I should go grab that real quick. I want to get some regular, or like soil. I'm gonna go grab that. Back to work. Hope the rest of your workday goes well, Spark. Fast as it fast can be. Let's see. I want this one. And this one. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to do, I'm gonna be squirreling around here all day today. One of the things I wanted to do is kind of go down here and make this area down here. I have so many materials. Soil. It's like, my thought is in a lake, you have a bunch of sediment that's going to fall to the bottom. And that would all decompose and form into like this layer of really rich soil down at the bottom. And I'm also thinking we're going to get some kind of aquatic plants. And it might actually take like an aquatic soil or something, so I might have to change this. But if it doesn't take a special soil, then I want soil down here so we can place some plants and stuff on the bottom. And then I'll also probably have to add some soil along the way up if we want more plants. But I think these different colors and layers of different materials are going to add to being able to see, like, visually how the lake actually starts to look. Because that, like, is disappearing into the bottom and makes it look even deeper probably than what we had, rather than just this gray. So I think I might add some of these, I don't know. On some of these areas I might add some soil, the flatter ones. We'll see. Kind of like this color though. And then maybe add, if we get a beach sand color, to add beach sand up here and around. Hope this actually ends up looking better. I know this isn't the sexiest building adventure, adding all these terrain things, but I was gonna do it today, so I thought I might as well just throw the stream on. Maybe someone will find it interesting. And then McLeod made some tunnels down here. And I might actually take some of the glow, the glowing material, the blue glowing material that's a terrain material. Might actually take some of that and put it inside some of the caves so they like light up down there. It's bedtime, so we're gonna Hop over here and hop on the bed. And then I also need to do, once we get all these done, I need to really like shape this one good. This one we added a little cave inside of it, so there can be like a little hidden something in there. Really curious, because this is grass right now. I'm curious if this is gonna stay grass when water comes, or if it goes away, or I don't know what happens. My guess is that it stays grass, but who knows? One sec, you guys. Morning, Erwin. How are you doing today? How's work going? Hope you're having a great day. I decided to work on the... I was going to work on the lake, terraforming, adding materials to make it look not like a big gray bucket. Yeah, you were the one of the first supporters. Gotta give you the VIPs. I brought her into school. When I woke up this morning, because I was gonna drive her, I woke up to her coughing her lungs out. So she's not feeling the best, but she's like, it's been 2 weeks. I don't have a fever anymore. It's just like the cough sucks, but she's like, I can deal with it. It's better for me to go in and like not miss more school than to keep procrastinating the inevitable workload that she's gonna have to go back to. Yeah, I know that all too well. When COVID came, I had a cough for literally like 6 months after I got COVID quite early, and I had a cough for like 6 months after like all my COVID was gone. And it felt horrible because that's when everyone was super conscious about coughing and all that kind of stuff. So even to this day, I still think I'm one of the people who have like long COVID, I think it's called, where you have symptoms of COVID that never go away. 2 months. Sorry for anybody getting an ad break. It's just to avoid the pre-roll. Right now, I think I mentioned this before, but I have, like, when I get sick and I get like a sore throat and you end up with like nasty stuff in your throat that you like cough up and it like is really nasty. I get stuff in my throat like that that isn't nasty, but I just have to cough up for no reason. It never goes away. It's really super annoying. I know that you probably can't see the stream because you're probably just listening, but I decided that I'm actually using limestone all the way down because I think the water is going to be blue-green. Blue-green is like clear blue-green, and I think the lighter color will look better. And then I'm going to add layers of like sediment that go through the space to kind of break it up so it's not just all one big color. And I am adding a little sand and dirt patches occasionally to kind of break up the color a little bit. And then I'm also going to put in an icy patch down here to see what happens to ice. Oh, you can see. Yeah, so even though it's raining and cloudy, it looks better with a lighter color than it does just the big gray blob. Then at the bottom I am adding dark soil to make the bottom look even deeper. Like it goes into the abyss. But yeah, now it's all rainy and looks dreary. Looks dreary. Yes, a greep. I love telephone typing. It's so awesome. I'm joking. I hate it just as much as everybody else. Then I also brought in like different things like shroud soil to add just some patches of okay, have fun at work. Yeah, I'm adding darker patches of other materials just to break things up a little. Oh. I think I have too many materials now. So I think I'm gonna go back and there we go. This circle isn't a circle. It's a square with the 4 corners cut out. So when you place it, it ends up leaving holes. You can see there's a hole here now, right where I'm standing. So it's not the best tool, the circle tool, but it's the only thing we got. See how there's a hole right where the white dot is right there? It's because this circle tool didn't fill it in properly. Yeah. So I think we're gonna just casually add different things in here and there. But I do want to get rid of some of these because I don't need like these dirt ones. It'll be easier for me to switch. I'm gonna add the ice actually real quick. Add the ice so I can get rid of that. And then we will add this here. Yeah, I'm curious what'll happen with this when it hits water. If it'll just melt or if it stays like this. Very curious, very curious. It will be a cool underwater tool though, if it doesn't melt, to add like these spiky things. Because you can kind of bury it inside of other stuff and just end up with the spikies. Yeah, we'll test that out. What else did I have? Should get rid of this farm soil. Do this farm soil first. So we can get rid of that, because then I can just focus on actual texture. Yeah, some of these little caves, it might be cool to have lighting down here. We'll see. We'll add some, and then when all the water hits, we'll see how it looks. We will see how it looks. Okay, so that looks correct. Add some down here. I think this is gonna make things look like, especially when it's all lighter, it's definitely gonna look like a bottom bum bottom bum. And do it into here somewhat so you can see that it comes in, and then I think it'll change when it's in here. And the sun goes away. Okay, so that's good on that side. Now I am trapped. Okay. Now I'll put some here. Don't want to use too much of this everywhere because I want it to... I think that was wrong. Yeah. So I don't want it to change how it's trying to be red. I want it to look like it is just bottom. And I'm hoping that that's how it'll work. Like maybe that piece shouldn't be there. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Figure it out. And down here. Just curious. Yeah, that doesn't... Not what we want. The way that we formed this whole area is we basically set a path, or set a altar. We're up here. We made this altar, which was above ground, above the actual ground level in the game. Then I added this stuff here to make an island in the middle, and it floated out here just as a single plane. And then I determined from there that that was where the water line was going to be, was right around there. And then I just took that out and let the natural rolling environment create where the lake was going to be, so it seems more natural than man-made. And then tried to make it go gradually down into the center. So hopefully, apart from this one thing right here that is actually man-made, everything else looks way more natural than if we had just tried to make a lake on our own. Like, oh, this is how the lake should be shaped. I tried to let the environment control how it would be shaped rather than my own mind. I'm not gonna go up that way. Yeah, I wonder how these, if this rocky grass will stay rocky grass, or what's gonna happen with that. See this hole right here that I'm standing on? There's actually a whole bunch of holes right here. It's all because of this circle tool not filling in. Was anybody a big Beastie Boys fan back in the day? I wasn't really big into the Beastie Boys, but obviously this is a classic, so... Hey Cell, thanks for lurking while you're working. I appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful workday. And that it goes good or fast or both, depending on whether you like work or not. I used to be a photographer, and I really liked my work, but if you're out and you're taking photos for like 8 hours straight, it can be a thing to want it to be done by the end of the day. Now I'm just a person looking for a new job. some here. And I think this dark part is just going to be in this main lake area where it goes really deep, like over here, like where it's not going to be as deep. I think we're just going to have, well, this one is kind of deep. Maybe this one will add a little bit.
We get letters from people say they just sleep better when the show's on.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. And I am currently, if you don't know what this is a world we are prepping for the water expansion that's going to be coming in October at some point. So right now I'm currently in the process of building a lake bed. And we gutted this out yesterday. The idea is to have a fishing village around here at some point. And then the rest of the server is also being prepped. We have an area near Fort Kelvin that we have added 5 altars to. And we are prepping it all in anticipation for, this is a server. Erwin is another streamer. This is her server, and she's inviting several builders to come in. And so all down here, we're going to be building a village all the way down there. Bunch of different houses everybody's doing. And up here and all the way down, we're building a multi-level castle system. It's like gonna be pretty intense. But right now we're trying to do all the prep work, so when the update hits, everything's kind of ready to go. Other builders are prepping here to make rivers and waterfalls going down into the village, so you can see all the prep and like water lines are being planned, where things are going. And then the one thing that we did build is the town hall. And this is kind of we're doing a medieval theme. So this is going to be the largest building in the village. And it has all the different materials and everything that anybody could want.
Hey.
There's materials all through here. And there's materials all down here. Tons and tons of materials. So the idea is that people can come in and build and not have to focus on gathering materials or doing anything like that. It's basically just a building server. So we're trying to get everything prepped and ready for when the water update happens, that we can have fun, have a good community build. And so right now I'm in the process of trying to take this lake that we dug out yesterday and add some texture to it, because it is currently just a gray blob, and now it's starting to actually look like maybe that's the bottom. You can kind of see where the bottom is now by adding that dark layer. And then you can see here, this is kind of how it's gonna look going down, is this limestone sand dirt mix going down to the bottom, and then hopefully that'll highlight where this stuff is. It'll make that stand out a little bit more instead of being blending into the gray. And also when the water comes, I think this lighter color is gonna make the water look a lot better. More pretty. More pretty. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm in the process of doing, is prepping. So it's not the most fun thing to do, but it needs to be done. It's kind of fun in that we've created something out of nothing. It just was a field here before, and we're making it into this really big lake. And one of the other builders has been making tunnels going through everything. So it's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting how everything's playing out. That's incredible. Thank you for saying it. It's a lot of work. Right now, there's been, I'd say there's been 4 active builders kind of trying to get the server prepped, and then occasionally other builders have been coming in and helping out here and there. But I think there's going to be 8 to 10 builders currently. Once the server actually opens, it's a whitelisted server. One of the other builders, it's actually run off of her computer, so you can't have too many people, otherwise things will break probably. We're also unsure when the water actually hits into the game, what effect that'll have on people's machines. It's supposed to come out in October, that's all we know. We don't know whether that means October 1st or October 31st, but whenever it comes out, then we're kind of gonna rush through as fast as we can in the world here to get all the questing done. We currently have a few quests that we need to do to finish all the quests for the server, but we want to unlock all the new materials and building materials and things like that for the server, so people have access to those when they're building. So yeah, it's gonna be cool, but we don't know exactly when it's gonna hit. If you are interested and you want to break from watching me place soil in the bottom of a fake lake, I could show you around my personal world. If you want to stick around and have me do that, just let me know. I can also show you more of this world that we prepped in the starting area. There's some other stuff. I don't want to bore people though with showing off too much stuff if they're not super interested, so I'm just gonna keep working unless you want to do something else. I don't like forcing tours on people. Nighttime, we'll hop in the bed up here. How's your day going though, Chappie? Thanks again for the follow, I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. My name is easy to forget, and hopefully you don't forget who I am. But it happens. It definitely happens. People have forgotten. You'd love to see it. Okay. We'll start with this here. Oop. So, as you can see, we have the Lake District, and there's gonna be a castle and the town hall, and then the rest is building area. This is these towers here are kind of the edges of our building area. There's gonna be a tower up here somewhere. But yeah, we're just getting prepped for the server. They also need to work on render distance. One of the funny things that's happening in the server right now, which is very humorous, is that gnomes have moved in. So the different builders have been taking the gnomes and having them attacking people and scaring people will be building, and then all of a sudden behind them will be a huge group of gnomes. Yeah, all the gnomes are moving in. We don't quite know if they're moving in, but they're definitely visiting. So yeah, these gnomes move around as people are building. That's a fun little thing that we're doing to keep ourselves entertained. Town hall, we kind of have started prepping. The first floor now is holding a bunch of the NPCs and the kind of stuff that each NPC will take with them to whatever building they're going to be housed in. So once a builder comes into the server and decides I'm going to build this type of building, then they'll take that NPC and bring all that stuff out to where they are. So we've started to create like an office space for the town hall for the employees. And then up here we have the mayor's office. Oh, ad break. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. I hate ads. I hate that Twitch has ads. It's just part of life though, I guess. This has been a really interesting build though. Just trying to make this town hall and figure out how the spaces inside will work. Because it's such a large building, we didn't quite know exactly where things were gonna be.
Hey. Hey.
And this roof was kind of an insane challenge that everyone took on. That's what we're trying to do, is inspire people to build as much as they can and as much as they can dream of. Bounce ideas off of each other. Well, I can never tell. Hold on. How do I tell? I need to figure that out today. Never can tell when the ads are over. I hope your ad is over. I'm gonna continue the tour, assuming that it is. If you're still here. This is a lounge area for people. Little library in the town hall. It is over. Okay, good. And then the town hall, we're leaving a bunch of spaces opened and unfinished. So the other builders that come into the server later can make an impression and build out things inside the town hall. So it's not just the people who did the server prep that are part of it. Yeah, there's still a bunch of unfinished areas. And then once all the NPCs get moved out, someone's going to need to finish the first floor. So yeah, it's a bunch of server prep going on now. We also have a showcase area. So in the showcase area, we have this house. And if anyone's coming in, if they don't have a leveled character, we're giving them all the tools they need to start building and have fun building. Full backpacks, best glider, you know, all the tools that anyone might need, grapple hooks, things like that. And then in the showcase area, we have every material on display, so people can come over here and look and see how each material looks when it's built and when it's in different configurations, how it performs. Because like this block that's up here on the edge looks quite square, but over here you start getting funky things, so it's kind of good to see when the block is built how it actually ends up looking. So we have a whole showcase area that's also kind of prepped for water. These little canals. And then where these blue blocks are located, that's where we have spots for any new materials that are coming. We can add the showcase things to those spots. So we have room for expansion, and also we could add some in these locations, like in this kind of triangular area right here, if we get tons and tons of materials, but I don't think we're gonna end up with too many. We also have all the plants and flowering plants on display so people can see how big they are and what they look like when they're grown, so they can come over. All these things have boxes that will be filled, and people just come and grab stuff if they need it. We also did the same thing with the trees, so people can see like how big the trees actually get, and then we'll fill these up with a bunch of trees for people to take. So it is going to be a medieval theme, so the likelihood of us using a tree like this is probably going to be slim, but you never know. So yeah, this is our showcase area, and it's just a tool that we all can kind of come and see how things will look. We also have all the terraforming materials shown and boxes for them. And with the lighted bricks. Back for 5 minutes. Good with this job places I can manage my time myself when your body tells you to slow down. Yep, that does sound nice. Does sound very nice. So yeah, Chappie, that's kind of what's going on. This is Erwin who just chatted. It's her building server, so she's the one that's been kind enough to invite us builders in and use her computer as a way to create a fun building community. So that's this server. I'm gonna keep building, adding this soil here. And if you have any questions or, you know, let me know. How long have you been? Sounds like you have played, so I'm assuming you have played Enshrouded. How many hours and what do you do in the game? Are you enjoying building yourself? Are you just enjoy watching other builders build? You've been playing for 2 weeks, so you're still in the questing phase? Or did the building capture your heart and you stopped questing and just started building? It's been known to happen. Definitely been known to happen. I have myself, this is my map, and you can see I've explored everywhere in the game. And this is where the new water area is going to be. Everyone is guessing or knows or something. And I have had teleport places or like altars over here. And my main base was over here. So in my private world. So every time I would teleport back, it would start to reveal more and more of this area. You do both level 23. So yeah, I have done all the quests in the game, and then once I did all that, I just got stuck building. If you have any questions about questing, I can try and help you. My memory, as my name implies, is not the best, but I try to be helpful when I can. Try to be helpful. Have you, I know the questing normally has you start out in the main area to build a base. Have you expanded beyond that, or are you still in the main area, the starter area over here? I doubt that. Normally that's where we put our showcase areas, right when you start the game. That's where most people build from. I had a really, really horrible basic starter home there originally. I choose to forget about that one. No, I was getting to know the game. I think that just happens with everybody. You get to know the game, you only have limited materials at the start, and you just end up with a square box that doesn't look good. I've been working on a mountainside house. Wow. Wowzers. That's impressive. I, in my personal world, have done a lot of crazy stuff now, but it all is gonna be paled in comparison to this world once this is done. So I'm excited to see what everybody builds. It's fun to see how other people go about building. It's also frustrating because we all, when we're trying to prep this server, we all have different opinions, and it's definitely a challenge sometimes to get everybody on the same page. Yeah, This game, I wonder if they're like, we want to build the best building game there could be. And by the way, we should probably have quests to go along with it. So let's make a game alongside of it. Because yeah, you basically start building right from the start. So what I'm doing now, if you weren't around when I mentioned it, I'm trying to add in a layer of soil at the bottom of the lake to kind of signify sediment that might have fallen and turned into like a rich soil at the bottom. And then maybe if there isn't a special soil, then this soil can also work as planting material for any water plants that we might get. And then if that is the case, if we do need the special soil down here, then I'm gonna have to go back and change things. This is, you can see this area actually is part of the original. You can see there's large chunks that we just took away. So this is kind of phase 1 of when we made the lake. Cut it away, so I still need to do a lot of terraforming over here. And then we eventually tried to smooth it out, and now we're trying to make it look not all stone material. Back to the lurk. Yeah, everybody's server, everybody's builds look different. Don't ever let anyone discourage you from your build. Everybody starts off small or different and has different build styles, so that's one thing I learned quite early from being in a group, seeing other people's worlds. It's more inspiring to see how people build. I myself was building quite a lot of straight roads everywhere in my build because everything is lined up to a grid system, so that kind of makes sense. But Erwin, the owner of the server, who is now lurking, she does tons and tons of curvy roads everywhere. And so in my own personal world, I've been starting to try to incorporate that into my builds and like challenging myself that way. It's good to have people to bounce ideas off of. Okay, so we'll add... We're just gonna add it over. I need to go look from above because I don't want to overdo the soil. This whole island I'm gonna reshape. It's still quite blocky. Gonna fix that. This island also is gonna be redone. I think it actually should be down here. Oh, some of this came through. What other games do you play, Chappie? Do you enjoy building games, or was Entrada just a one-off that you started liking, or... Oh, here's a gnome. Funny. A lot of things that a lot of people create are based off of other inspiration things, like the building that we have as the town hall. That Erwin found as on Pinterest, I think. She found like a AI generated image of the front of it. And it didn't look exactly like this, but that's kind of how a lot of people get inspiration for what they want to build. So yeah, she had like this kind of view, I think, on the AI image. And then because of the building materials and things like that, we had to modify like how it actually was built compared to how the drawing looked. But that's always a good technique, is to grab a image that you can use as inspiration and don't necessarily try and copy it, but just use it as like a guide to help you figure out how you could build something like that in the game. Another thing that a lot of people do is just take one of the villages. That's how I started off building, actually, was I took over the Blue Goblet Tavern, which is destroyed. It's like run down, not destroyed, but run down. And I just renovated it originally. And then once it got all renovated and I was done questing, I had all the NPCs sitting up in the attic of the building. And I just was like, okay, I should start building houses for all these NPCs. And that just snowballed into like a whole village around the Blue Goblet Tavern for all the NPCs. That's what I did in my personal world. You can take a look at that if you want. Yeah, that's where it might be near where my second build area is. I'm just gonna look and see if there's any more places where I can add this soil that's like naturally at the bottom, and then I think I might make this whole area here. I'm gonna make this whole area so then we can swing over and I'll show you my personal world, because you only can do so much terraforming before your mind questions whether it should exist. No. I just need a break sometimes. This is really what's happening. It's good to have a little break. Okay, so that's all in, that's all in, that's all in. This area over here is done. That's done. There should actually be some here. And once we're done with this, we'll swing over and I'll show you my personal world. On my YouTube, I'll just show you kind of quickly one part of it, because there's a whole YouTube video where Erwin tours around. And you can like spend an hour looking at the place if you want to. But I'll try and be quicker about it. you like that. You need to go to bed? Okay. Understandable. Understandable. Are you in Australia? What would be bedtime right about now? Japan? I don't know. You don't have to say where you're from. That's private things. I'm just questioning it in my mind. Oh, you stayed up too late. That's the problem. Okay. What? I'm originally from Wisconsin, Minnesota, but now I live in Sweden. So 3:30 a.m. That's staying up quite late. Thanks for hanging out here, though. I appreciate it. And I don't really have a set schedule, but mostly streaming on the weekends, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then in random times during the week, because I'm currently in between jobs. I had my own business and decided to stop having my own business, so now I'm trying to figure out a new job. And while I do that, I'm playing games. Yeah, the YouTube's the same name. I think there's a link to it in Twitch here somewhere also. But all the mostly all the videos that are on there are from my personal world, because we just started this a few weeks ago, so I've only been streaming for a month or so, so it's not a lot of content that's out there. Yeah, stop in. There's other builders. Once this gets going, it's a lot of them are streamers, so you could follow a bunch of different people. Erwin, the person in chat, it's her servers. She streams a lot on the weekends. Thursday, Friday she does Minecraft, I think. But Thursday, Saturday, Sunday is when she's streaming. She's from Norway. Then there's a McLeod. He is a streamer from the US, so I think he might be streaming at slightly different times once the builds get started. So yeah, come back. Check it out. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a peaceful night's sleep. Feel rested in the morning. I can see it's gonna be nighttime, so I'm just kind of... I should go and put these things away. I don't want them. Let's get rid of everything that's not gonna be used as the main... Oh. Get rid of the farm soil. Get rid of the ice. So I want that. I want that. We'll get rid of these for now. Get rid of the flower soil. Just trying to get rid of all the stuff that I know is making me cycle through. I want these. That one I can get rid of. That one, that one, that one. I can get rid of those. Delete that. Need to get some more limestone. So many blocks. I've been digging up a bunch of soil also, so actually wanted to do this too. Counterproductive. I'm gonna go sleep. Made me realize we need to have lighting over here. We need to put some lighting over there. Go here. Okay, which ones are getting rid of the granite? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Don't have that. Can delete all these. Need that. Sand and the shroud. Delete that. How do I know where to put everything? Because I'm the one who made these boxes. Yeah, no, I made the boxes, so I know where that stuff goes. I wonder if I should take some of this up there. Nope, I shouldn't. I should just let things be how they are. Just let them be, let them be. Wrong box. Okay, we'll do this, and then we'll put that back, and then we'll just have these 3 items. Should have that, yeah. Okay, so this is the luminous block, and down in this cave, I thought it'd be fun to put a little little luminescence. But we need to check because it might poke through on the surface. Like right above here. I don't know. how thick stuff is. I think we're okay. Okay, so there was that one, and then there's another one. Just put a corner, maybe? And there's a tunnel over here. But I don't know if that's gonna stay there. I think I might close that one up. I think we might close that up. Then down here, add a little. And then here we'll add a little. Then I think I want to leave that be. Don't want that to be glowy. I think that's all the tunnels that are like deep. This just goes through. This looks like I should have filled it in more over there. One thing you can do with soil is pick it up. And then once, because we have magic chests everywhere, we can basically just add this in. Would be cool if they had like lily pads and things like that, and this area was like just full of plants. This little section of the pond. That'd be kind of cool. I'll have to make different little sections like that. Wasn't. Yep, I think that's all the tunnels. So we'll go put this back, and then we can focus on the main. All this gray here. All the gray needs to not be gray anymore. Then the middle islands might actually stay being gray and stone, because then there that is. We'll just delete the stone, put the Lumi back. You're up there. What do I have down there? Oh, I have this. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep all that stuff on us. Keep all this on us? I think now if this all becomes sandy soil, this mixture of things here, all the way down, then this will look like the bottom, and then these gray things coming up will look like actual structure for those islands. So I think it'll read better. Right now it just looks like one big massive gray poop or something. I don't know. I forgot. There should be some soil down in that one. There's things like that I'm gonna have to go back and fix, but let's keep going here. I actually want to put this all the way around so I know. even though that's kind of boring. I think it has to be done. Because I need to be able to see how close the water line is. And this part up here, I think might get turned into like a mixture of rocky things with weeds and stuff, and yeah. Gonna be a hodgepodge of stuff. Just cut through that. I wish there was a 4-block version of this line. It would make things so much easier when you're trying to outline stuff, even in game. Okay, this can be a section. If anybody is listening in chat and wants to, did you do anything fun over the weekend that you'd care to share? Personally, I spent the weekend doing this. And for me, that was a lot of fun. We'll do this one. In the game here, we're trying to save as many of these rocks as we can, which if you dismantle, it's just gone. There's no way to place boulders like this currently in the game. It'll be really funny if when this patch comes out, after like us trying to work around and save these boulders. All right, have a good day, Aaron. It'd be funny if when the patch hits, all of a sudden we can add rocks again, and then it didn't really matter. This area is quite low. That's why I wanted to do this again, to see exactly where the water line is, because I got a little liberal on some of my pickaxing. So I'm gonna have to fix some of that. Boom, boom, boom. Big hole there. Careful of the big hole. This whole area over here is gonna have to go up a little. That's okay. That is okay. Not that hard to solve. This whole part didn't even get pickaxed. I can see. There we go. Yeah, this hole I'm gonna fill in also. If somebody wants a hole coming up over here, then we can build that later. But right now it's kind of weird that it's just sitting there. I wonder how many other builders are, or like builder groups are prepping a server like this currently. Seems like there are personal people that I know that are doing things in like their personal worlds to get things ready, but I wonder how many servers are actually like going full water prep, or if they're just gonna wait for the update and then do everything once the update hits. I think this is kind of a unique way of doing it because you don't really know exactly how things are going to work with the water physics and things like that, so you could just be totally doing a bunch of stuff and nothing works. But all this prep we'll definitely be able to get something to work, but it might not work how we thought it might work, you know? When I'm doing the individual block placement like this, it's my brain kind of shuts down and like goes into focus mode. You can start to... It's nice to see this blue edge though, because it kind of shows the shape. I should fix this one better, rather than it being janky. Should make it a little bit better here. But yeah, it starts to show like how it actually will look. So it's good for me to have that little edge detail help hopefully communicate to other people who aren't like familiar with what I'm doing here. Then it might be a good tool to communicate visually what's actually happening, because you get a sense that this blue line is the water line then. It's a lot easier to see visually for people coming into the stream. So I think it's good that I add this, even though it's kind of a little boring and there's a lot to do. Gonna help a number of different ways. It helps me keep track of the water line for when I'm gonna do these edges and like how things flow here. And it also will be a good visual cue for other people just to see what's happening. Whitney, I can tell you, like with 100% certainty, I've really never been a dancer. Really have never been a dancer. Whitney Houston is singing Dance with Somebody. If anybody's watching this on the YouTube video some other time in the future, and you're like, what in the world is this streamer talking about? All the music gets cut out of the YouTube video, so one of my cats just came in to visit. What are you doing in here, Olivia? Normally don't come in here. You need something? Olivia's my oldest cat. She's like born in 2009. So that makes her 16, something like that. And her meow sometimes is like, she'll open her mouth and attempt to meow, but no sound actually comes out, so it's kind of funny. What's going on, Olivia? What's going on? You want to go outside? What's going on? You want to go outside? I'm gonna go open the door for her. Hold on a sec. Yep, thank you for waiting. My cat had to go out the front door. I live in like a townhome row house thing, and and 3 cats, and we actually have 2 cat doors, but the way the house is laid out, the upper, it's like a 2-level building, and the upper level opens to the back of the house at a different level than the front does. And both of the cat doors are on the upper level. So if they ever want to go out the front of the house, they come into my room down here, my office where I have the computer, and they meow at me saying, please let me out the front. But the front of the house also has a balcony, and that's where one of the cat doors is, and there's like a little there's like cat ramps that go from the balcony down to basically where the front door is, so all the cats in theory could just go out the cat door at the top and walk down the ramp, but I don't know if they pieced that together in their head. I think they're just like, no, I want to go out the front door for whatever reason. And they go out the front door, and we have like a little driveway for the car, and the cats will go out there and like roll around right on the... Well, I realize this didn't get pickaxed. They'll roll around on the driveway, like marking their spot or something. Like, it's kind of strange. Cats are strange. They're so adorable. So adorable. You can see these blue blocks. We have 66,000 of them. Because all the altars are connected together. And when the block is in a magic chest, even if you don't have... I only have 500 in my actual backpack. It's pulling from the major amounts of blocks we have in storage. So that's gonna make everybody building here really happy. It's also nice because you don't even have to go find the blocks. Like if a block exists somewhere, like especially once people start building, if people... I'll show you real quick here. Yeah, over here. Say right now I don't have any blocks other than the blue one in my backpack. And delete this stuff. I don't want them. So I only have the blue block in my backpack right now. But if we go over here and we click on one of these, now all of a sudden we have access to 65,000. And I only have one in my backpack. Because all the magic chests are connected. So once you find a block, you can just basically click on it. And then put it back. And you have access to all those blocks. Or you can manually go over the chest and actually pick one out yourself. But who has time for things like that. Now I'm gonna delete this though, because I don't want that in my backpack. I was really late to, as a child, I was really late to understanding that the people had preferences to music and liked things. I just always listened to what was on the radio. And one time at school, we had like this special lunch. I think I was in first or second grade or something like that. So it wasn't too terribly old, but I remember we had this lunch and people brought in records. That's kind of giving you a clue as to how old I am. But people brought in records and they were able to play like one song off of a record for the school lunch. And I was like, what? Kids have records? What? And then I realized later that a lot of them were just taking records that their parents had. But it was then that I realized that, oh, you actually can go and buy music instead of just listen to it on the radio. The reason I mention that is because then later on, I didn't immediately go out and start buying records, but then later on when Walkmans came out, this Huey Lewis and the News somehow was the first cassette tape that I got, and I didn't buy it, like someone else gave it to me with the Walkman, the Sony Walkman that I got. And so this is like, I think I listened to this album for so long. It was one of the few cassettes that I actually owned at the time. Good days, good days. I didn't have a job, so I wasn't like rolling in money or anything. This is going to be a deep part of the lake that doesn't really have a like a gradual way down. This is just deep right away. I'm gonna have to fix it though, because it looks weird how straight it is right here. We'll fix that. We'll fix it. And do the same thing here. This is quite straight. Needs to be fixed. But it's okay for now. Oops. That was wrong. Yeah, this is gonna need some tender loving care. because I do not like how it looks so square like that. I'm not quite sure where this actually goes here. Hard to see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Mhm. Whoops. Uh, I think maybe we're halfway around the lake right now. Because it goes back and then it goes out again, so I don't even know if we're halfway. This is definitely an undertaking. But yeah, it definitely needs to be done because I can see a couple places where I'm gonna need to adjust how the shoreline is. Plus I think, wonder how it looks from up here. I think it's gonna be much easier to see from up here. Like exactly where the lake is. Yeah, that's gonna be way better. There's a chunk that didn't load in though. There we go. I should probably do one around the two islands that are in the middle. This little island and this island. So then you really see, but then that means that we're maybe a quarter of the way done? Question mark? Oops. think when I'm done with this, because my brain needs to have a break from this, I think. I think when I'm done doing this blue line everywhere, I might swing over to my personal world and continue working on trying to furnish out the houses that we built there. And then some point I'm gonna need to eat some lunch. And then I have to go pick my daughter up around 2 o'clock from school. I might actually eat when I get back from picking her up though. I'm not super hungry. This area is quite straight. Oh. It's because it is straight. That's right. We didn't mess with it. I got messed with. But yeah, this whole part over here needs to be terraformed. All this over here. Still square chunks. Square chunks. And I don't feel like trying to terraform that, so I might. Chunk. So I might start why don't we do like up to this corner right here? We'll go up to that corner and then we'll start again over here and work our way around and just leave that part undone for now. What's going on here? I think there was a piece of terrain that was there but wasn't there. The black couldn't figure out where to place it. The bad thing about working on group server, or not really bad, but sometimes not the best way of building is like now I have decided I'm stopping this here. But if like McCloud comes on or Spark comes on or Erwin comes on, I don't think Erwin would do it, but like they may think, oh, I should continue this line. But in my head, that line can't be continued until we do stuff over here, but maybe they're not thinking that all the way through. And then all of a sudden there's gonna be a line that's just a square going around. Could happen. Definitely could happen. I'm just taking this so I can get the right height on the other side. And we'll actually delete those. Because sometimes when you come into a building server, you're looking for something to do, and right now all we're doing is server prep, so there isn't really a lot of personal projects, you know? So then people look for things to do, and this would be like a really visually easy thing to see. Oh, that just needs to be finished being put around there, you know? But it's not quite as simple as that. That should get smacked a little. That should get smacked a little. Over here where I think it gets a little higher, might actually make it even higher and have it be more like a what is that thing called? Yeah, like a cliff. A little short cliff slash retaining wall situation. So when I'm done with this blue line, we're gonna add it the rest of the way around the lake on this side. Then we're also gonna add lines to the middle. Once I'm done with that, I either could go to my personal world and work on that stuff over there, or I could work on the road, because I don't know if I'm in the mood to do more of this terraforming in the short time that I have. Still have 2 hours, but or an hour and a half. Hour and a half. This time slot for streaming is not really the best time slot because everybody's either at work or dreading going to work or they're asleep. So but I would have been playing this regardless, so I thought might as well turn on the stream and get some of this done. like here could definitely be a retaining wall, and there. It's gonna be fun to design around those kind of things. Okay, this is a little awkward because there's the big hole in the way. Now I think I can go up here. I think we're gonna do a slight music change. Wish I could reach over there. One of my favorite movies when I was littler, younger, was The Dark Crystal. And David Bowie was in that. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. What was David Bowie in? Maybe it was The Dark Crystal, I don't know. There was a couple movies that kind of came out in the same couple years, and I always get him confused. But David Bowie was in one of them as the bad guy. I don't know if he was a bad guy, but he was a wizardy kind of person. The reason I mention that is because this is David Bowie singing. Alright, we're around. Should fix some of this though. This first part I was kind of sloppy how I did it. Like especially right there. Nice. This is quite straight over here, so we need to fix that, I guess. But that is our visual line, which I think works pretty good for us to be able to see. I wonder if I have... I'm gonna fix this real quick. There's some Springlands dirt. Throw you. Throw you there. Springlands dirt. Boom. 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 And then the hole. Where's the hole? Here. Hole will leave. And then I wanted to take some of this. Yeah, that's what I wanted. And that we need for here. There we go. Then that looks a little better. Okay. Now we need to extend this line out to the middle. So we know where the water line hits on the middle part. Actually, we probably are gonna wanna... What happened there? That was weird. Like, might want to modify some of this. That's wrong. Because this island is in the middle of a lake, we're gonna have to taper these edges, so I don't know, that's not really how I want it to be. Because like normally you taper an edge because the land would continue in that direction. But I really want the island to be like shaped where it's just kind of floating there, so these might be more like cliff face kind of things. Hey Oak, welcome in. How are you doing today? I am in the midst of trying to server prep for Air1's server, the building server in Enshrouded. There's gonna be a water update coming. You just sat down with your first cup of coffee? Nice, nice, nice. So I'm doing a little server prep, trying to plan out a lake. And so I'm building the lake basin because water is going to be implemented in the next update in Enshrouded. And so we're in the process. We dug out. I can kind of show you how this worked. Oh, now you're getting an ad. Sorry. I hate ads. Why do ads exist? And back. Zero worries. I hate ads. It's one of the things I despise about Twitch is the ads. So I apologize that you have to sit through them. But I try to avoid pre-roll because I think it's even worse when people try to like check out a stream and then they just immediately stuck with ads. Like I feel so sorry for people when that happens. What I'm doing though is prepping this server for a lake, and you can see over here. This is kind of how it started. It was just big flat area, and we gutted it out in like big huge chunks. Took these huge chunks and just cut it away. And so this part is very undone. And then we eventually took the cutout parts and shaping them into some kind of basin. And right now I'm adding a border around the outside to show where the water line will actually be. So when I do the finish work, because we're gonna add over here, you can see this is kind of how the bottom of the lake is gonna be. This lighter color, so it'll actually look prettier when water gets added to it than just a gray nastiness. So I have to still change all this terrain to be that. And at the bottom, I added some dark soil to look like sediment, like falling to the bottom and decaying over time. And then we have some caves, so we threw in some glowy stuff in the caves. So yeah, this is just a process. Have you been in this server before? This is Erwin's server. For the building community, for the update that's gonna happen in October sometime. So we're prepping the server. We have like a really large build area. Like, it's quite big. On the top we're gonna have a castle, and then all down here we're having like a huge village. And like that area over there. Yeah, I know that you've been playing Minecraft. You play Stardew also? I've played a lot of Stardew. My daughter, who's 18, really loves Stardew also, so she's a big Stardew fan. But yeah, this is the start. This is like the town hall where all the builders who come in are gonna have like access to all different chests. I'll show you real quick. There's a whole bunch of chests on this level with a bunch of materials and a whole bunch of tons and tons of boxes on this level. So the idea is that we're prepping the server to let builders just come in and have fun building instead of having to gather all the materials.
Hello.
And then we built this town hall as like a like standard or like a guiding direction, because the whole town is going to be like a medieval town, and we don't want like modern buildings mixed in with like magenta and green tower or something crazy. So it's all going to be like medieval style, and this is the largest building in the village itself, which right above my head, if you see this column that's over there, that's like way over to one of the corners of the building area. There's another column way over there. There's another column way over there. And then this mountain, we're gonna build a huge like multi-layered castles with like the castle's way up there. And like different tiers of buildings and stuff going up it. And then the waterfall. Yeah, everyone's been working on trying to do the water over here. For figuring out where the lakes and things are going to go over on this side. Hey Vicious, welcome in. I'm just showing around the server. So yeah, this is from up here. This is where the castle is going to be. And then you can start to see, like, that's going to be the lake over there. And there's streams forming. Some of the chunks aren't loading in. But yeah, up here there's streams forming. So we're just trying to get everything prepped and ready for when water does come. And we can just turn the water on, basically. And have it work. It is easy to forget things associated with me. Thanks for attempting to do it, Vicious. I appreciate it. No worries. So yeah, I've been trying to prep this area, which is for the lake. And right now I'm just... Next time for sure. Whoops. What happened? No idea. Wow, my whole screen just cut out for some reason. Then it came back. That was weird. So I'm just trying to prep this with a water line so I can understand when I'm filling in the different textures where the actual shoreline is going to be and what I'm going to need to do to make it actually look correct. But this is quite an undertaking. Trying to make a lake when nothing was here before. It's not the easiest thing to do. So you caught me putting this little border around to show where the water is going to be on the island. And then I think I'm going to work on actually adding a road and area on this side. Keep up with the grind. Okay, yeah. Enjoy playing Minecraft. Yeah, I'm just trying to do this real quick, and then I was getting bored with doing the actual terrain, so I'm going to add a road on this side, which is going to be for the village. Yeah, so we have we have this island in the middle, and we have this little island in the middle, and then there might be some kind of beach over here. That's why it's more shallow. But the idea is to, and what I need to do and might do after I finish this blue line, is to take this road and can start a road going this way. And this over here is going to be like a fishing village area. So there'll be whole bunch of different areas where we can plop things into the water, create bridges going across the water, create another bridge going across the water. So it's kind of set up to create like a small little fishing village over here in the Lake District. But there's no real... Currently there's no NPCs for that, but I think with the update there is going to be fishing, and so I wonder if we're going to be able to add fish to the lake. I wonder if the fish are only in certain areas, that you can't actually like add stuff to your own lake. I don't know. I'll be curious to see what all happens with that. But I'm pretty sure there is fishing. But yeah, I'm just trying to add this so I know like what I need to do to fix stuff. I also added in I'm curious, I added in ice down here, so I'm wondering what happens with ice underwater. See if it actually stays or what. Also, I'm leaving the area that I just was putting the blue blocks. I'm leaving that just to be grass. Let's see what happens with grass underwater. Whether we can plant like actual plants underwater that are, or only if it will only let us plant water plants underwater, which I assume we're getting. But you know what they say about making assumptions. I know you're up super late though, Vicious, so if you need to go to bed, don't feel like you need to stick around. I get that. You have really strange hours. Vicious is another, I should actually be a streamer here. And I apologize for not being the best of streamers, but I attempt to be one sometimes. We can do this. You guys who aren't following, you should follow Oak2. She streams Minecraft and has got a great community of people to hang out with. Vicious is another sorry, can't type and speak at the same time. Vicious is another really awesome Enshrouded builder. You should definitely give him a follow and check out his streams if you get a chance. Awesome people building awesome stuff. It's always great to support other people who love building, so give them a follow if you can. Check them out. I'm having major issues with
We get letters from people say they just sleep better when the show's on.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, please don't fall. What's the border for? This is welcome in World Dragon streaming. Do you stream dragons? What do you normally stream? Are you streaming? This border is for the water update. We are prepping a server for the water. and I'm making a lake, and I'm just making a border so I can understand where where the actual water line will be when it gets filled in. So then when I'm finishing the, adding like the appropriate materials, it's all gonna be this lighter material that's coming through here. When I change everything and work on the edges, then I know exactly where the water should be. So that's what the blue line is for, just to help me visualize. And also, I think I realized when I started adding it that people who come into the stream, it's a good visualization for them too. I'm about to fall. So hopefully people will understand in the chaos. That's just a big hole in the ground. What is actually happening here? I think it's gonna make a lot more sense though once all the terraforming is done, because right now everything is this gray stone. So the islands, there's 2 islands in the middle that are gray stone. The plan is to change it to a mix of these dirt, limestone, and sand, and some infused soil, just to add texture to it. I started doing that a little bit over here, but then you'll see clearly like where the lake goes down into, and then those islands will stay being stone or some kind of stone. So you'll see that those are islands a lot more easily. No problem. I'm glad somebody's using the closed captions. That works. Hope it actually works. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. You you need a second build if you're gonna add like a huge lake. Vicious's builds are insane. Oh, that was all wrong. All wrong. Nope, it's nothing magical. I do not create magical farts. I just place blocks. This is a little bit tricky because I don't quite know how I want this island to actually be formed. So, because normally when you have an island, it goes down. Like normally if you had an island and it was water, the land would continue down like this, sloping down. So the land would be sloping down like this. But these, they're gonna kind of go under, so it's gonna be interesting to figure that out. Good night, Vicious. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. I'll try and stop in tomorrow morning like usual. If you're on, enjoy. Hope you have a restful night's sleep. I need to... Yeah, I know undercuts happen. I just am not sure how I want to visualize it. I sound Midwestern. I sound Midwestern. I live in Sweden. I grew up in Wisconsin and Minnesota. So that might be a good reason why I sound Midwestern. Because I got some of that in me. Yep. Men jag kan prata svenska om du vill. That was just me saying I can speak Swedish if you want. But I won't do that because my Swedish is horrible. You live in the upper Midwest yourself? Yep. I grew up in Wisconsin, Appleton, Wisconsin, which is a cozy little city. And then moved to the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, for college. And then realized I didn't really like the idea of paying for college. And I realized I was just basically following my friends to hang out with my friends at school. So then I decided to do something completely different. And I went to the United Kingdom, lived in the UK for a year. In Edinburgh, Scotland. And then at that time met my wife, who was from Sweden. And we started dating, and eventually she moved to the US. We lived in the US for a while, then we had our child. And then once we had our daughter, we decided to move here to Sweden. Because just the whole social raising child is much cheaper and way easier to do here in Sweden. Also, I had a pretty small family in the US, and my wife had a large family here in Sweden, so we wanted to spend time like around the holidays with a bunch of different cousins and things like that. So yep, ended up moving to Sweden, and then as it sometimes happens, is this on the wrong level? It is on the wrong level. How did I get on the wrong level? Whoops. It all sounded wonderful, but then as things happen, love fades, and so yeah, this whole section's wrong. I messed up over here. So now I still live here, but I'm currently in a weird situation where I'm living with the person I was married to, but I'm not really married. Because our daughter's 18, we're kind of finishing. We're staying together. I live I live downstairs and she lives upstairs. And we're just trying to make our daughter's life a little bit easier before she finishes high school. And so the plan is to kind of go our separate ways next year when our daughter's done with high school. But it's weird living with somebody who you once were married to, but now you're not. It's very weird. I would not recommend it, but it's what we decided to do. Would not recommend. But anyway, that was me oversharing probably a little too much, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's the thing. My daughter has autism. She's pretty high functioning autism, but she definitely, it would have been way harder for her to finish out high school, like trying to travel back and forth between two different parents' houses. So we just decided it's much easier for her to have like a safe space where she can just focus on school and not have to think about all the back and forth crap. My daughter's actually been sick for the past 2 weeks, and today was the first day she went back to school, but she's still not 100% better. So she had a bunch of books and stuff that I went and got for her last week. So she could do some homework while she was at home. So I'm gonna have to go pick her up. Or I have to pick her up at 2 o'clock my time, which is 2 hours from now. That's probably how long I'll be streaming. Yeah. The hardest part for me right now with the whole situation is things are just getting more weird the closer it comes to like the end date being in sight, and my ex is like just being more weird. I don't know. We're still pretty, like, we can communicate, but we didn't really break up because we had tons of really bad fights or anything like that. It was more just other stuff. But now it's weird. It's just getting more weird. Anyway. Almost done with this border. Would have been done had I not messed up previously. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about not seeing my daughter. Although I'm kind of used to some of that in some regard because I have a twin sister who lives in the US still, and we grew up basically having the same friend circle. So like all of any like parties we went to and everything like that, we always did together. So I kind of have gotten used to, I've been living in Sweden since 2008, so kind of gotten used to not having easy access to family members all the time, so ad break. Okay, I'm actually gonna throw some supports up here because there isn't really any. Okay, this works. That is coming out, so that should hit here. Have to raise this up. This is one of the rocks we're trying to save. Because if you... Oops. If you go over here, you can dismantle it, but if you dismantle it, it's just gone forever. And right now we don't have the option to place rocks, so we're trying to save things like that in the environment as best we can. So especially like we cleared out all the trees from this whole space so people can kind of visualize where they want to place buildings when they actually go to build. But we left all the rocks and things that we can't actually put back. And then people can choose to remove them if it's like right in the middle of their build. Welcome back. So yeah, we're trying to save these rocks whenever we can. So when these were out here, I decided they should be saved. This one was just floating and I added land underneath it when we actually did the original terraforming here. Oops. So just about done with this finally. This took way longer than I thought I was going to. You enjoying it? Well, it's not really that exciting. Not that exciting. I always think my voice puts people to sleep also, so it has like that weird ASMR thing go on. I just imagine when I was growing up, I used to always watch Bob Ross. That's why my alerts are Bob Ross alerts. So I think he's kind of funny in some ways, but I used to start watching his shows as a kid. I would sit on like the sofa, and there was several times like I would be asleep by the time he got done painting. I would just be sound asleep because his voice would just put me to sleep. Oh, that was a fall. That was our first fall of the stream. Pretty good. Pretty good for being 3 hours into the stream and not have fallen so far. Alright, get rid of that. Now I'll get rid of these. Okay. Let's heal up and then we can switch out the... We'll go over here and switch out the blocks. Oak, if you want, I can go over to my personal world. I can show you my stuff if you wanna. I don't like forcing people to go through a tour though. But if you're interested, I could do that. If you wanna stop with the placement of stuff. Put this away. And we'll put the stone stuff away. No, I should keep that on me. Because I'm gonna need that later. You're up for a tour? It might be fun to take a little break from this world. This is the showcase area of this world. So when builders come in, all the materials are shown like built out so people can see how they look. I realize you can't see it that well because it's nighttime, but we'll go to sleep here real quick. Maybe we'll go to sleep. There we go. Okay. We'll hop up here. Yeah, you can see all the blocks are on display so people can just walk up and see how they look. Then we have all the plants and the trees, and then over there was all the materials, the landscaping materials. So people can come up and the blocks perform differently. They have like, you know, like in Minecraft, you just have a straight block. This, when you add a block, it'll sometimes add little extra little bits to places. This one is just pure block. It's like one of the most Minecrafty blocks there is, I think. This one and this one. But sometimes when you add it, it starts adding like really funky things. Like on here, like all that stuff just gets added. And it's good to see that before you start building so you know what you're getting into. So that's why it's kind of displayed in all these weird patterns everywhere. But this area we have kind of prepped also to add some water to, so there'll be like some little canals going around the center area. But yeah, this is the showcase area. We'll go swing over to my world. Maybe just end over there. Do some building over there is what I mean. Not end right now. Give you a little tour and then we'll build over there. It should actually... I'm actually gonna do something else. This save that we're going into right now is just gonna show you how this space looked when I first got here. So you can kind of understand what has happened. So this is in the game when you come here. There's several locations in the game that are like rundown houses. And you can see it's like broken up in places. And it's all boarded up. And there's like just random stuff around it. But it's basically a square box with not much actual detailing going on. Then the inside has some things that are finished, but some things that weren't. Anyway, in the original game, I moved into this place as part of the questing because it gives you like a buff to move in there and like live there. It was like a really easy place for me to live. So when I was doing all the questing in the game, I just chose to live there. Oops. Went right back into the same thing again. Anyway, once I got done with all the questing, then you end up with a bunch of NPCs that you collect, and they were all sitting in that one building. And so we'll actually go to sleep real quick here so you can see it during the daylight. Yeah, it's really, for people who don't like building and just want to play the game, it's a really easy way for people to like experience some of the building in the game. But this wall right here is the original wall that was kind of torn down, and then this is the original building. They've added a bunch onto it on the outside, and yeah, it's gotten out of hand. This world has gotten a little bit out of hand. Yep, I have been busy. So everyone that was living in the attic of this place, even on the inside, I completely redid the layout of like where stairs go, and I added a bunch of different rooms. But I needed to make a space for all these NPCs. They needed their own little houses. So in my mind, I thought, okay, if we have this big tavern, then maybe everybody comes to the tavern to like eat. And so I created different eating spaces for everybody. Outdoor space, indoor space that's like casual. Downstairs is more like fine dining in my mind. And then there's like a party area. But I thought everybody will come here and eat, so then everybody's houses only need to have like a bed, a fireplace, and a bathroom. So everyone's house is just like simple like that. It has like a bed, fireplace, bathroom, and then sometimes a table, but no real kitchen in any of these. And so I ended up making a bunch of houses everywhere, and then I made an amphitheater for like, there's music items in the game. Created like a little dressing room and a shop.
Hi.
There's one of the NPCs. But I won't bore you too much with showing you everything. If you are really interested in like a full tour of this area, there's a mini game that I have created for people who are visiting. I have hid chests around the world. There's little chess pieces of a mosaic. There's 8 pieces hidden in this area of the build, and one of the fun things people can do is come in and look for those pieces while they look at the build. And Erwin did that, and I recorded it. And so there's an hour-long video on YouTube of her exploring this whole area, looking for the pieces. So if you're really interested in like actually looking through a bunch of this stuff, you could spend an hour looking at that video. But I'm just gonna give you a quick overview of what we've done, what I've done. This is just me, my personal world, so nobody else has really been here other than to visit. So yeah, this main area, I built all these little houses for the NPCs, so everybody had a place to live. Then once I got done building all the houses, I said, okay, I'm kind of done with this area for a bit, and I wanted to start building in a new location. So I added another altar. These things are altars you can place, and they're basically teleport points. And so I added an altar up here to start building in. And then this other altar is just to connect all these spaces together. But yeah, this is the view from up high. But I'll show you what I'm currently working on, which is over this way. Oh, that is really fun. That's a really fun idea to add stuff for people to like look through. How long have you been building in the server, in that server? This little area in between here is just the in-between. 2 years. That's a lot of building. A lot of building. So this in-between area, I'm hoping we're going to be building a lot on Erwin's server once the water update hits, and there's going to be a bunch of builders there. I'm hoping that when everyone's kind of done doing that, that maybe a few of them will come in here and maybe add a little building to this area that's in between my two builds and kind of personalize or like solidify some more of the friendships that I am creating. So this area up here is a highly experimental area. I have been building for a while now, so I'm just under 1,000 hours in the game. So you can use terrain materials, and I decided to build this tree out of the terrain materials and then have a house growing kind of right alongside of it, or a house built right alongside of it. So like the tree goes up and the house goes with balconies up into the treetops. So that's one thing I've been building up here. Yeah, it's fun to experiment with these blocks. This is what I've been just recently started working on, is this little house here. I had this little space and I created this house. Not sure what it's gonna be yet, but I just basically got the floor plan of it done last stream or the stream before. So working on trying to think about what that might be. And I built this little stairwell that goes up to this space up here. And up here, this is one of the altars that you can teleport to. And I chose this as an altar location because of this view, which like looks out over the entire like valley below. Thought it was really cool view. So when I first started building up here, my idea was to build the building I'm standing on, which is like a community center for all the people who are living down on the village below. And it's just a place for people to come have I created a buffet up here. Eat-in buffet. People come visit. And then there's a full kitchen over here. Outdoor seating. Then I got a little creative and created an airship. Thinking that it would be fun to fly through the skies. So it has like jets on the back. Would be cool to travel. It would be cool if we could actually fly around in it, but unfortunately you can't. And then at one point I created this man over here, which you'll see in a second. So this guy is built like Mount Rushmore into the side of the mountain, And he's like the mascot of the area. And so, being that it's like a Mount Rushmore thing, he needed to have like a whole visitor center. So there's like an informational board down there for people to like read about it. But then up here, I built this as like the tourist center for people to come have coffee and cakes. And this is still work in progress. This whole upper area is like basically work in progress. So I got some furniture placed, but I still need to like do all the detailing. And then upstairs is not finished. I did add a sauna that you can come into and like hang out in the sauna. And then I also added a whirlpool area, anticipating that the water update, I'll be able to put water in here. It'll actually be a little hot tub whirlpool thing. But yeah, this is my little world. And the way that I build is that I'll build a structure and like it'll be empty, like that building that's over there. This building that has nothing in it right now. I'll start by building a structure. And then I'm not really completing everything right away. So when I'm done with this, then I'll go back to some of the other parts and like start adding details and just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Because it's fun to be able to like give your brain a time to think about like what you might want to do instead of just trying to force it all at one time, I think. So yeah, originally I had no idea what this space was going to be, and then I was like, oh, I could create a food buffet. So just take my time. I made a pool table up here out of a bunch of different materials. There's no pool in the game. There's no colored balls. These are like wonder if I can pick one of them up. Yeah. This is a snow lantern. So normally it just looks like that. But in the game you can change the rotation of everything in all the different angles. And you can also raise and lower things. So that's how I ended up with these as my balls. Hey Hermit, you loving the new emotes? I'm glad you like them. I'm glad that people actually have emotes to use. Erwin's back. Everybody's coming in. Welcome back, Erwin. I was just giving Oak a quick tour of my base, my private world. And I thought maybe we'll do a little decorating in here before we end the stream. I have to pick up my daughter at 2 o'clock, so I'll probably be on for another hour and 20 minutes, maybe? No, hour 15 minutes, something like that. You'll be here work lurking. Have a awesome day working. Hope everyone is kind. So I think I might add some stuff here. Made like a little domed area here. Domed? No. Arched? Dome would be both directions. This is just arched. So I could do that. Or I could furnish some in here. What should I do? What should I do? I also can try and work on the apartment that's in in this visitor center. When I created the when I created this, then this was empty. These two rooms were empty, and then I decided that I would turn it into a hot tub and a sauna. So then I had to justify why there would be a hot tub and sauna at a visitor center. So then in my mind, I determined that this upstairs is going to be like a suite that you can rent out if you're like a VIP guest coming to the visitor center. And as part of that, you get access to your own private sauna and whirlpool. So in my mind, it makes sense. That is something that could potentially happen in real life. So I'd buy it. I'd believe it. I am one of the few people present in chat who believes that every person should have a toilet. I always make fun of Heroine because she doesn't have any toilets anywhere. What should we do? We also could work on this. This is supposed to be a church. Or like, not really a church, more like a meditation, Zen place. Not really a chapel because I didn't want it to be like chapel. I wanted it to more be like just like a place where you can do like some quiet reflection, I guess. I don't know. Not quite sure how to do that. It could also be on the opposite end of the spectrum. It could be like a funeral, like a little funeral room where people come for visitation of like the body and stuff, and then this is where everybody hangs out after the funeral out here. Just throw a big casket over here. Now I might have to do that because that's kind of funny. Let's go see how a casket would look. Squirrel, as Heroine would say. This area in between I am using right now is just like a testing place. So I'll do like tests of stuff, then rip it apart. Do I have a coffin already built? No. I think they're just gonna be too big. Oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. Yeah, they're gonna look boring or be super huge. Small? That's not small. We'll just test these things out, see what happens. It's fun to experiment. It's fun to just see how things look. This is one of the weird things that happens in the game though. There's fog in the game, and sometimes it shows up, which is cool out here, but they didn't code it, or like, yeah, code it correctly, so it goes inside the houses too. So it's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Bath. Little fog. Steamy shower bathroom. Okay. It's hard to see also now that the fog's here. Let's grab... don't think those are bright enough. It's also like a big square. I don't know if you can see that on the stream, but they just have it as like a big chunk, like a square chunk. So it doesn't even like look natural as fog. It just looks like a big chunk. Okay. What other ones do we have in here? This, 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 this. We'll throw that up there. This one's smaller. That's better. Okay, so this goes here. This one must go here. I'm gonna try something. This. I think that's why it sucks so bad, is because it's on the lowest setting. Now it's gone. Well, there a little bit is. And back. I was just playing with settings. Here the 3 different coffins are. None of them look like you'd actually want to present a body in them, so that's unfortunate. So I don't think we want to use any of those, but we could make our own out of something. Maybe. Yeah. There isn't any wooden coffin or wooden casket things. Oh, I have another meower. Hey Bella, how's it going? One of my cats wants to go outside. One sec. That was a wasted getting up out of the chair. For the cat, I opened the front door and she looked outside and then turned around and walked back in. That's how cats are. Fickle, fickle, fickle. Oh, we were going to get a box. Going to get some kind of box. There are some really bad boxes in the game. But I think we'll try and use these. I'm just going to delete these. I'm not going to use them. Could also... we could do that. Ideas are blooming in the head. Gonna try these also. We're gonna take some windows. Yeah, where'd you go? Here you are. Okay, I want... Wait. Maybe those are just on the table over here? Yeah. I'm gonna try this one. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff. We'll go experiment. Oh, look at Erwin showing off all the cats. Bully. You're bullying me. I only have one cat and you're bullying me. I'm joking, of course. I am joking. Could maybe use these also. They are much more square. So we have this as an option of a base, but we'd have to put the... I could put this down. So we have this as an option where we could like stack things. Then we have weird corners. Oh man. Look at all this. Look at all this. I'm getting bullied. That's not how I would have it. I'd have it like this. This might look better. Okay. Then if we added... This is all pure, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I'm just experimenting, seeing what happens. And it'll probably end up looking like garbage, but... Why does this one not want to... Oh, I can move it this way though. Le garbage. We don't know until we try. Exactly. It's normally like the 6th or 7th time that you try that it actually starts looking like something you might want to use. I mean, it's getting better than the stone caskets. Okay, it's not perfect, but it could get better because I could sink it down. Like I think it's up too high. And I don't mind how the top looks. I think that looks kind of coffin-esque. I just need to figure out the front panel better. And the sides. So I am gonna go see if I can grab a table. Where do those tables won't work. We'll go see if we can grab a different table. And then we're gonna have to rebuild it and then add some flowers to the top like one would. These are all the wrong thing. That's wrong. Yeah, I don't have any of them built, and I think this guy is sleeping. Oh, you're not sleeping. Right. That was wrong. Can you get out of the doorway so I can craft instead of closing the door? There? Oh, there. Oh, no. That was the door again. Can just move, please? Yeah, just move. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. I think we can use one of these. We could also try the cherry option. Stupid NPCs. Cade, this guy's name is Cade. What he doesn't know is that his spouse up here, in my world, this is his spouse. Hi. She is secretly always over in this building over here because Fenrig must have mad skills. Because when Fenric's here, both that girl and the bard from upstairs are always hanging out in his apartment, so there's definitely both these ladies really dig him. Oh, see? She's a little midnight trip, huh? I see how it is. While the husband's asleep, you just go away so he doesn't know. Look at him, he's sleeping so quietly. Anyway, I digress. I digress. Friends with benefits. Exactly. This is an issue though. Oh, we can't see anything. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. More like neighbors with benefits. Like, oh, you're conveniently located here. Okay. Yeah, the sunrise over here, that's kind of what made me want this altar location. So this floating island thing over there, Hokuto, is the end game stuff and nobody has even been there yet. It's like up here somewhere in the fog future expansion. So there's a whole bunch of things that are kind of related to that spread all over the world that currently make no sense as part of the main game that will be interesting to find out what it actually means. This space looks so good with the morning light. We should take a photo of this. Hide. Oops. Show. Hide. Photo taken. You didn't like the way that I did that? You didn't like me going up here to look at the sunrise? They would be here, of course, sitting in one of these lovely chairs. Having their leg of meat. Just imagine if you got served a piece of meat these huge, and then you're like, okay, eat up. Eat up. Eat up, buddy. Okay. So what do we do here? We're gonna use... We don't need the chests. The chests are... Oh, I just picked something up. Oh, I picked up the middle window. That's not bad. That was a happy accident. Okay. What we want is these two things. Maybe not gonna use these. Didn't use that. We'll test this out. Test this out. Yeah, we don't need those. That's the window accidentally just ripped out from right there. Okay, let's try this again. Rotate. Throw you down. Now I'll raise you up to... there. Looks crooked. Looks crooked. I'll put you there, and then we'll put you... over here. Maybe the front is good just like that. And then I add one of these things, maybe? How's this gonna work? Sometimes building in this game is... like, these are clearly not building materials, so I understand why the game is freaking out. The problem is that the place where it thinks is the middle, or like the snapping point of it, is on the very bottom of the bookcase. And so it's looking for that snapping point where it should go to. There's nothing there. So I think I have to add some blocks. Oh, I don't have any materials. Okay. Now I have materials. Throw a block back there. And then we'll try this again. Now we're hitting something. That's okay. And we can go like this and just undo those. Candles, yeah, we definitely can add candles. Wondering though if we should add the trim. How would I do this? I would do like this. No, it's not gonna work. Unless I put it here. Raise it up. Might just be too big. That red arrow right above my head, it always gets in the way. Not always, but a lot. That makes it look a little bit more fancy, I guess. Kind of looks like a gold trim. Just wood though. Yeah. One weird thing about this game is that the red arrow always switches plane. The red and blue switch back and forth. So sometimes like you're supposed to use G when it's a red arrow to rotate things. But if you move too much and then you use G, then all of a sudden you're rotating it the wrong way. It's a little annoying. Anyway. Oh, this game is great. You should play it. There's nothing wrong with it. Ignore what I just said. Ignore it. Okay, let's go get some candles and flowers. I do think it is a natural progression for people though who have played Minecraft and build in Minecraft, because it's basically the same system. It's just different ways of approaching. Minecraft, you have way more blocks, especially with all the mods. Like you can just have blocks of everything. But here you have like the block. I'd say that's normally the size of a Minecraft block, and you basically can get down to 1/8 of it. So Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, we need some candles, which we have up here. Bunch of candles. And throw that stuff up there. I don't think... Could also do these kind of candles. Maybe some of these. Okay, we'll do that. And then we'll grab some flowers from down here. White kind of... Is white a good funeral flower? White and pink? No, pink isn't correct. White and yellow. White tulips? Put on your mom's grave? Well, these are not tulips. None of these are tulips. That's winter and the soil to throw in had frozen. Ah. My mom's favorite flower was lilies of the valley, so we put some lilies of the valley on her. She was cremated, so she just had like a little spot on the wall, I guess. So I put a little vase with some lilies of the valley, and it looked really cute. That was her. She used to always have buy and wear Lily of the Valley perfume also, which was definitely a choice. It was definitely a choice. It didn't smell bad, but it was a unique scent, that's for sure. Okay, we got these. It's like my grandma like always wore the same perfume all the time, and to this day, if I'm like in a grocery store and like some other grandma comes in who's buying groceries, they sometimes will have like the identical fragrance. It must be like a universal grandma fragrance something. That one was way wrong. Why did that one go up so high? One thing I don't like about these plants is that they all are the exact same height. That one isn't. Okay, so maybe we do something like this. You know how like sometimes I'm gonna see if I can do that here. Sometimes on funerals there's like flowers that are laid sideways. Um, we're going with this. This is now happening because I cannot pull that out. Something like this. And then we're gonna grab a photo of the victim. Add some flowers up here. I'll have a guest book also. Also, we should add some of these. This. Which one of these best describes the life of the loved one we lost? A lost wolf? A building? A snake? A boar? Maybe they were so boring they bored themselves to death. That's what happened. This is the boring person who died and will be remembered forever as a boring person. And then we'll add some of these too. Wow. That did not place where I thought it was gonna go. This is for the loved one who was boring and passed away. May they be remembered. This one is up way too high. Can you take you away? Thank you. There we go. This is in loving memory of the boring person. We should add a little flower pot. This one. That one. Thank you. It's gonna be too big. It's okay. There we go. So we chose this photo because this person was very boring. And that's how they'll be remembered, as a boring person who just died. Now we need to create... Oh man. Now we need to create some kind of seating or visitation situation in here. I love how this has progressed. Maybe they died of boredom. Maybe they just died of boredom. That's maybe a better way of saying it. Okay, this is going to need a bunch of chairs. And do we have any chairs made? Got a bunch of toilets made. It should be like maybe these. A bunch of crap in my backpack now. Don't want to use those. Could also, instead of using the boar picture, we could have like a head as like a memory of the girl or guy. Hey Sarge, is this your morning? It's 1 in the afternoon. Good morning. Hope you're having a good morning. You can mod this game? No, you can't mod this game. What do you mean mod this game? I'm sure you can mod the game, but nothing I've done is modded. Clearly needs more coffee. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes coffee is the only solution. What did you think was modded, Sarge? And how are you liking the game? What level are your characters now? He wants to mod everything. I bet you there are mods for this, but I haven't ever attempted to do that. Anything with a mod in the game. Okay, so we could have the boar, or we could have a head. Is the head a little too literal? Like, there is mods for this game. What do you guys think? Head or no head? Because I could flip. It's gonna become less weird. Let me fix it. Okay, boar is gone. Boar needs to go back though, but we're gonna flip him around. Flipping the boar around. And then we actually have to rotate it because that bottom piece needs to be on the bottom. Then we'll rotate it this way so it's just slightly back a little. And then we'll... Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, then we'll push it down that way and raise it up. Again, you need to get on the table. Oh, I fell off the table. Okay, you need to come up like this. Oh, no. I think I have to remove this flower first. Yeah, the flower was in the way. Okay. So we're going to put the painting back, but it's backwards. So now we just have a frame, and then we're going to take the head and rotate the head around. And then rotate it this way. And then... Oh, this is going to be hard. You just hit level 17? Are you liking it? Are you invested in it? Or is it not up to your expectations? Try doing it this way. Oh. Ah, this is so hard. There we go. Now rotate this with this. There. In loving memory of this lovely woman. You'll tell me, are you gonna get through a complete playthrough though? Like, are you invested? Or are you like to do prefer Minecraft still? You've been playing Minecraft for so long, it's a big switch, I know. Okay, we'll do like this. Can't judge it unless you've seen the whole thing. I mean, you can't judge it, but it might not be right. Okay, so this is the funeral of that person. The memorial. I think we'll get more of these. I'll actually have these staggered like this. We'll do like a row, couple more of them there. And then we'll grab some of these chairs also to be on the sides. You, can I please borrow you for a second? Need maybe that many of those, and maybe that many of those. I was on mute. I coughed, and I think I've been talking for like 10 minutes, and you guys have been known. Thanks, Oak, for coming in. Enjoy your day. Enjoy what the day brings to you. I am going to be ending here soon as well. I have to go pick my daughter up from school because she's done at 2 o'clock and it's 1:30 here. So I have to get going. But I appreciate everybody who came in today and let me play some games for you, games for you. I appreciate you hanging out here. Just a reminder to everybody, like I say every time I end, take a moment, make sure to tell somebody how much you appreciate them. True kindness like that is never forgotten. Until next time, you guys, smile, see joy in yourself, see joy in others, and never forget, you guys, you have a friend here. I am going to just end the stream and not raid over to anybody because I lost track of time and I need to get out of here as fast as possible. So enjoy your day. I might be on again later tonight. May not. I don't really have a set schedule, but enjoy wherever you are in the world. Later.